Hello, chat. Welcome back to the stream. Good to be back online. You may be wondering where I've been for a while, because I think I last streamed this like 6 or 7 or maybe even 8 weeks ago. So I took a couple sessions off because I was trying to, finish up what I wanted to do for my last episode of the most recent episode of the Conquest Let's Play. And towards the tail end of that, while I was finishing that up, I got a cold, which was fine. Just took a few days, but unfortunately that developed into bronchitis, which lingered for like over a month. So it's kind of miserable, and I was in no shape to be talking a lot. But I'm recovered from that, I think. So I'd like to get back into this and spend, I don't know how many sessions it'll be, maybe like 8 or 9 more, and finish off this game. I think it'll be a lot of fun. So, hey Zone, good to see you. I don't know how many people are going to trickle in. That's the trouble with not streaming for more than a month, is the audience kind of falls off. But guess I'll just go ahead and load back in. My controller turned back on. I believe we had just basically finished everything there was to do in Lanedale. We beat Morgott, we beat Moog. We didn't go towards the Grand Lifter World yet because we took a detour to check out the Divine Tower of Liurnia and finish up some quests for Mount Gelmir. So I do plan to go to the Forbidden Lands and up to the Mountaintops of the Giants today. But before we do that, we're going to turn in some of those Volcano Manor quests. And we're going to do that by going back to the manor the long way. So that's why I've worked back to the spot where we found Primeval Sorcerer Azur. And we will climb Mount Gelmir in full now. I also want to see if maybe, since we did just get the Bull Goat armor, I wonder if maybe we want to change our armor a little bit for a new look. Go samurai style. Maybe. Let's try that for a minute. In my time off, I have been up to some other things. Mostly watching TV shows and movies and stuff. Yesterday, actually, I watched Dragon Ball Superhero. And for those of you who are longtime viewers, you know that I'm, especially for someone who is primarily, the YouTube channel primarily focused on Fire Emblem content, I am shockingly out of touch with the anime world. Like the only ones I've ever watched were the ones that were on Toonami when I was a kid, like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh and Dragon Ball Z. The Normie movie, that one is expected. Well, yes, I don't think it's impressive that I watched it. But yeah, like I've never kept up with any of those. I haven't even watched Dragon Ball Super. I don't think I've seen a single episode. I've seen clips on YouTube and stuff, so I have some idea of some things that happened, but I've never watched any episodes as far as I know. Sacred Blade weapon here. But yeah, I threw on Dragon Ball Super last night and Super Hero, and was it high art? No, but it was a really fun time. I really enjoyed Pan's antics in particular. And the special beam cannon was awesome too. Alright, so we got another chariot dungeon here. I will try to let these skeletons just get run over if possible. I think this chariot takes longer when it goes down than when it goes up, so I'm going to let it go down again. Wasn't as good as the Broly movie. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was an amazing film. Like, the story was pretty thin, and it was basically just an excuse to have Gohan and Piccolo get all powered up and be a good father-son team. But I enjoyed it. It wasn't as good as the Broly movie. I have heard the Broly movie was better. I have not seen that. Really nice that I could one-shot the pages with one use of repeating thrust. I think the 3D in Superhero looks better, but Broly still has some banger 2D art and animation. Isn't the thing with Superhero that it was like entirely computer animated? There were definitely some spots where they got a little bit, well, maybe not over-enthusiastic, but they were very enthusiastic about the kinds of things they could do with having the camera zoom around in 3 dimensions. It was kind of funny seeing Broly in the, in his cameo in Superhero and having basically no idea what his whole deal is. He just, I guess, another Saiyan dude that they fought and then befriended, as usual. I don't really want to go down this slope yet. I'm just gonna dart across here and grab this flower. I'm gonna have to go down the lava. I'm gonna use a quick step weapon. I think this is like the only spot in the whole game where you really have to walk through the lava flow for an extended period to get to something. There's no secret way down here as far as I know. Over in here there is a chest that has one of the funnier weapons in the game. The ringed finger. You can flick people off. You just walk on lava in this game? Yeah, duh. Barely even hurts. Stupid gas clouds that the valiant gargoyles spew out are more dangerous. So this takes us right to the boss doors, and again, this is a place... I suppose this is true of all the heroes' graves that have these doors. You can actually just walk up and open. Maybe? I don't remember. But we're not done here. We need to take a fun ride on this chariot back up this slope. Sacred blade weapon again. Pretty sure that Cemetery Shade always drops the Mantis Blade. That's a curved sword. It is a dex weapon. And the gimmick is the charge attack, or at least, I don't know if it's just the charge attack or if it's any R2. But it has extra long reach. Now that that's going downhill, I'm going to run up here. Grab this and try to race the chariot. Never mind. I'm gonna take it. Love seeing the skeletons get run over. Okay, being able to one-shot a Bloodhound Knight is pretty good. Oh, and the Gelmir Knight set is really cool. It's a regular Knight set, but in black, and I think it works great with certain outfits. Maybe we'll see that later. Right now. But in so Dragon Ball Super Superhero, hell of a name. I said I don't really think it's high art, but one thing I watched that I really was blown away by was season 2 of Andor, the Star Wars show. That was fantastic. It's basically everything about it. Love the story, love the themes, love the set pieces, love the dialogue. The villains were awesome. The end was really satisfying. It was great. Boss time. So I can get rid of this. I should also unlearn Law of Regression. No need for that. Okay. So. Flask. Blessings Boom. Flame Blade. And grant me strength. And we're in there. I'm a little rusty, I have to admit. I'm really lucky that I somehow didn't get hit by that plunging attack. So not only do we get the Bloodhound Knight armor here, we get the Bloodhound Knight summon, which is one of the red-eyed ones, so that's one of the ones that's hyper-aggressive but won't follow you around. Kind of interesting. Also, we get a death route, so I'm going to take a quick detour back to the Bestial Sanctum and check in with Gurranq. Oh, he's outside. I don't know if it's every night or just sometimes, but he will occasionally go out here and howl at, I guess it's just at the isolated Divine Tower, or towards, where is he facing? Northwest, towards the Erdtree. Washimai says he's only out here when it's late night. That would make sense, because you can't set the time to late night, so you just have to show up then. Stone of Gurranq is another bestial incantation. Actually pretty good. Well, I think Stone of Gurranq is a pretty good one. Right, that's just the one where you just throw a big boulder. The tracking is kind of bad, but it does good damage and poise damage for a spell. Dance damage, I guess I should say. Okay. So we're done with the Hero's Grave, and we've actually explored the area outside of the Hero's Grave before. That's when we encountered Patches up here, and he kicked us off the cliffside. So just warp back to the other side of that area and go past this this tower that we previously explored. Finally cross this spire to get to some of the higher campsites on Mount Gelmir. This first one has a... I should still need to change my spells. Grafted Scion friend. I'm going to prep for that. Still don't think I'm going to be any good at fighting it, but we'll see. Hello? Okay, there it is. So this one has the golden tempering, like the very first boss of the game. I think it's the only grafted scion that shares that property. It's kind of cool. Oh, and here we picked up the Scavenger's Curve Sword, which is the only curved sword with bleed innately, I think. So, especially in New Game Plus, you can do some crazy stuff with bleed builds with Occult Scavenger's Curve Swords. They do a ton of damage and have huge bleed buildup because curved swords power stance with jumping attacks hit like 4 times. A stupid amount of status buildup, even despite the nerfs they eventually applied to make status not build up as quickly when you're power stancing. I've been forgetting that I should switch to my other left-hand weapon when I'm not actually spellcasting. I get some free healing with my Serpent God's Curved Sword. Also my gun. The marionettes and avionettes around here remind us, I suppose, that this area is also one of the domains of the Carians, technically. Interestingly, Rykard does seem to have good relations with Ranni, as we'll find out later, much later. Thanks for being a faction Niall soldier, man. There are 2 ladders up from here. This first one I think takes you straight to the merchant, part way up, and this one takes you to a slightly higher level. We're gonna take this one because it gets us more access to stuff. Like this corpse over here. Yeah, Nagahiba. It's been our main weapon. We've used all our highest level smithing stones on it. I think our next best smithing weapons are, yeah, like plus 17-ish in our flail. We have the bell bearings to get by up to smithing stones 4. We'll get the ones that let us upgrade to plus 18 soonish. Oh, sorry, you said Nagakiba. I got the cross Naginata. Nagakiba, I've got to plus 15. Should use that too. It's so long. Now you and I made the same mistake.
Yes, right this way. Right this way.
We can hear our merchant friend down here.
Welcome, valued customer. Come, trade in our wandering emporium, please.
This anime season is terrible. Nothing worth watching. It's been a struggle. So sorry, so.
Hungry so long. Please.
Like you did a run using all the Crucible Knight gear and incantations, one of the most fun runs you've had. That's another thing I'd really like to try someday. I think I've. It's gonna have to be after this playthrough. It's gonna have to be another long break. Maybe when the Tarnished Edition comes out and the new starting classes here and everything. But I would love to do a Crucible Knight run at some point. I've never done Strength Faith. Oh, the merchant. A cookbook. And some gear. Here's where we get the Confessor set. For my money, the Confessor armor set is the best looking starting set. I especially like the Confessor hood when you pair it with the altered Gelmir Knight armor. It makes an just incredible all black knight look. I'll probably try to show that off at some point. We've got falling leaves. You want to use Crucible Armor, aspects of the Crucible Wings, Hunter, and Ordova's Greatsword Power Stance, and just swapping between those two ashes. One thing I would like to do is a build that's like Strength Faith, but with a lot of Faith investment, and uses Order's Blade with the Black Steel Twin Blade from the DLC, which is like has innate holy damage. So you stack Order's Blade on top of that, and then you use aspects of the Crucible Wings. And normally that's kind of bad with Twin Blades, but it gets full damage from every hit on your weapon buff. So with really high Faith, that's like an extra 250 damage per hit, and it hits like 7 times. Problem with double slash is it doesn't have a lot of hits done. Didn't know there were Frenzy Lindell Knights up here. Yeah. Fun little wrinkle. Yeah, Frenzied Lindell Knights. There's the Frenzied Troll at the front of the manor. Which the Assault on Volcano Manor. The Squalid, the Sick, the Blasphemous. A wretched, unending war with no glory. It's supposed to be the worst battlefield of the Shattering War. Even worse than Caelid, somehow. I guess that drove everyone mad. My sword looks ridiculous. I'm gonna switch back to my cross naginata for now. Just because it is my best weapon. Almost time to level up. Oh yeah, change my spells. Memorize spell. Do I want... Got Black Flame equipped. I'll just go catch flame. In case I ever need it. I don't really expect to use most of my offensive spells that often. For fun, you looked for a mod that would allow putting Ashes of War on anything just for the pipe dream or Wingstance Zweihander, but I found one that took a more reasonable balanced approach instead. And how so? Shield crash on colossal swords and weapons? Oh, that does sound fun. What else? What other skills do I have equipped? Double slash on you, spinning strikes, spear. Do I have a Stormcaller weapon right now? Maybe I don't. Remember which way was the right way to go. I think. Okay, I think it's this one. Yeah, down the tunnel here. Then there's a demi-human chief. Got one sleep pot prepared. There's another demi-human queen boss. I probably don't need a sleep pot, but useful in an emergency. Wing stance on the Great Katana sounds absurd. I mean, I'm already pretty excited to see what happens with once I finally get to DLC and I get to use something like Stormcaller on it. Yeah, wing stance, Great Katana. That's stupid. Okay. What do I want to level up? I haven't thought about this in a while. Guess more vigor. Never hurt anyone. I guess, yeah, my best move for this boss is just to keep using my best weapon. Probably. You aim to this part of the crater here, the Fallingstar Beast doesn't immediately aggro, so you can set up. Bloodflame Blade's not going to do a whole lot because the boss is immune to bleed, but it's a tiny amount of extra fire damage. I thought I timed that right. Early that time. Wow. That attack does not work the way I think it did. I thought it did. Really not impressed with my damage output. The one time I got to fight this using the Star Scourge Great Swords, that was impressive. Okay, last blast. Sorry. Supposed to die. Ah! I was out of FP. And accidentally used Stormblade twice. I feel like there's probably a better weapon. I don't really like using the Naginata's charged attack. But repeating thrust also isn't that good. Let me try with the flail. I am out of Rune Arc right now. I'll try again without using it. Full-grown Fallingstar Beast just really tanky, annoyingly. Finally, stance break. timed. Is he gonna fall off? Okay, no. Sad. That's a great stance break. Hello. Alright, got him. Whew. Not my cleanest work ever. Hold on. My audio's being dumb again. My headphone just got disconnected. Okay. Back. Use a rune arc. Okay, so that's the boss at the top of Mount Gelmir. Here's the Volcano Manor again, and we just need to make our way down. We've already explored the grounds outside, so I could just warp straight there, but, you know, for verisimilitude's sake, we'll go there manually.
Welcome to Patch's Emporium. You hunted down Tragoth? Are you certain? Oh, it's quite all right. Fine work indeed. I'll give Tanith the news. Have some rest, by all means.
Sounds like a good deal to me, Patches.
Stingy.
I'm sure you're planning to give us the reward now that we've done that quest for you, right?
Hello again. Welcome to Patch's Emporium. Sharper than you seem, aren't you? I was just holding on to it for you, you know. Here you go. The reward for hunting Tragoth. All yours. Stingy little bit. Try to find...
If you follow this heroic path, one day the Lord will see you. It cannot come a day too soon. Did you see her? The girl, Raya, with her true face. Well,
She's a
If
snake
she
lady.
confided in you the name Zarias, then perhaps it is not my place to speak. But as her adoptive mother, I ask of you, please be kind to her. Look after young Zarias. Her true visage belies the purity of her heart. Honestly, I hardly deserve the sweet child.
I don't know why you say that, Tanith. Everything seems to be on the up and up around here.
I had hoped you'd soon return. I have the reward from Lady Tanith. Take it. It's yours, by right. Let us tread the path of the recusant together, till we reach the miserable death that awaits us.
That sounds like fun. Oh, hey, Zarias, you're back in human form.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me. My mind never ceases to churn of late. Well, I know I can trust you. I saw something slithering in the pitch black of night. It entered the room next to this one and never came out. If I'm not mistaken, it took the form of a serpent, just like me. Does the Volcano Manor hide some secret that Lady Tanith has kept from me? I realize that I shouldn't impose, but...
Nah, Zarias, I'm sure everything's fine, but I'll go check it out.
Would you please share?
Empty. Hey. That wall just disappeared. And we're in the room next to the drawing room, the one that's been locked this whole time. Get the depraved perfumer ashes. That all? No, because there's a stairway here. And a Bloodhound Knight to fight. What is this? He likes Spike. Of course I've been here. Wonder if the lava flowed in after the buildings were built or if the buildings were built after the lava flowed in. Well, it's supposed to be the caldera volcano, right? So I think probably the buildings collapsed into the lava. Pretty sure the mountain was here before they built it. And the magma. Oh boy, dogs. Favorite. Commoners who throw poison pots, also my favorite. Lightning grease flails are so fun against abductor versions. That missed? Or it hit the shield? Uncool. It's doing no. Are they immune to fire? Is that what? Are man serpents totally immune? If that's the case, I would not know that. Try one more time. Oh, he can see me again. Well, we'll check it out in a moment. Yeah, I think they're immune. Wait. Yeah, Catch Flame does nothing either. I had no idea that man serpents were totally immune to fire. It's interesting. Oh, I got their shield. But we'll find him later. Already killed all the commoners up here, so they won't be bothering us later. That means I can just go... go down this way. get another Great Omen Killer Cleaver. And that Omen. I don't remember if that's our second one or our third one, but I believe you get 3 from drops. The Erdtree seal is the strongest pure faith seal in the game once you get to high levels of faith. I think past like 60 or so, maybe 70. It outscales all the other pure faith seals, and it's weightless, which is nice. But we're not going to get nearly enough faith to use it. Here's a tricky jump. I don't know of any easier way to make this. I think you just have to do the running leap. I want to try to land on that broken stairway so that I can pick up the item there, which is a stone sword key, I think. Oh, made it. Okay. If you miss that, you have to go all the way back around. Just in case I fall in the lava again, I'm going to put the Quick Step Dagger back on. And that ledge is actually the place we arrived when we got captured by the abductor version at the bottom of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. You can get there from inside this dungeon, although the path down to that spot is kind of obscure, and you can't get to it from here. You have to go farther up. Make some more progress. Okay, so here we're back at the prison area, and if we'd missed the jump, we could try it again. There's an abductor virgin waiting for us inside this room. So after using Stone Sword Key to unlock it, I'm going to apply more lightning grease, and we'll do our spinny chain trick again. Jerks. So your reward for spending that Stone Sword Key is the Crimson Amber Medallion +1, which raises your max HP pretty substantially. I had never really used that talisman at all until I first fought the final boss of the DLC, where I used the upgraded version that you get in the DLC, and it was very helpful, actually. Holy damage negation is so nice to have. That too. The Holy Negation Talisman was a huge assist. That's the third Omen Killer Creeper, I think. You also get the funny mask and the staff that scales with Arcane. Is there ever any good reason to try an Arcane Sorcerer build that doesn't invest in intelligence? Like the Almanoric staff does not scale that well with huge amounts of int and Arcane. And there's like 2 spells that require any Arcane at all. I don't know, maybe if you're an Arcane Faith hybrid, and then you also want to put in some points in int to use like Carrion Slicer. I don't know. Is there a sorcery that arc scales at all? I don't believe so. I mean, I think that the Albanoric staff does increase the bleed buildup on the Thorn sorceries. I think that's a thing. But in terms of damage, no. All just based on your sorcery scaling. And sadly, Frostbite is not affected by Arcane. It would be overpowered if they did this, but if Frostbite just scaled with int, Frost build-up scaled with int, that would be fun. Guess I didn't point this out. We didn't come in the front door because it's locked. But by coming around to this side of the building, we can go through this door. A bunch of these imprisoned Albanorics up here. These ones can't really do anything to you. They just fall down and then they can't move. But there are a few that that will scream and alert other enemies when you just leave them be. You get those ones that grab you. They suck. Okay, that not killing him one hit is really disappointing. That one was confused. So this, oh, I've summoned a manserpent. He's blocked by the Alpenarch though. So this one that's chained up in the hallway is one of the ones that will scream and alert. And we made enough noise to make the enemies come after us anyway. But normally the problem with that is that it gets both these enemies to come after you when you don't necessarily want them to. I did not know that the manserpents could grab you. That's a new one. And they auto-poison when they do it. Learning new things every day. Most recent Train Everyone video isn't showing up in the playlist yet. Oh, I might have forgotten to set that. Do that real quick. The video playlist. Okay, should be fixed. Thanks for the heads up, Shadow Sableye. The reason why I don't put it in automatically when I upload is because if you have a video uploaded as unlisted, but you put it on a playlist, it will show up in the playlist, and I don't necessarily. So I'll have it unlisted for a little while before I publish. I don't necessarily want people to find it through the playlist first. But yeah, that's one of those things I have to remember to go back and do. Oops. Now we're down at the magma level. You can go around the building here and over to the lava fall that drains down to the lava pool where we fought the magma worm and found Alexander. Sadly, there's nothing to actually grab over here, but the view is pretty cool on a clear day. This is not the greatest view, but yeah, there it is. There is continuity in the geography. They didn't even tuck anything back here. Just an empty space. There is some stuff on the other side of the building, though. Now, whether a fireproof, well, 2 fireproof dried livers are worth the time, that's up to you to decide. About to say, I thought there was an item on this roof. And another somber 6. We're hunting for a somber 7, which we will get very soon. That's not good. Not want to get knocked out into the lava. Let's see. Okay, well, again, not my cleanest work, but we got the job done. Let's hope the actual boss fight coming up goes better. That's our first Black Flame monk. They are fire monks who have turned to the service of the Gloom-Eyed Queen. This corpse with the Somber 5 is right above this ledge, and that's what you have to drop down to if you want to get to the area where the abductor teleporter for Maria Lucaria takes you. What do you think this mechanism is made of? With the chains and the platform here, can be submerged in actual lava for God knows how long, and they don't even deform. All these metal cages underneath, and they're still intact and everything. And of course, this thing is glowing hot. But seconds after you raise it, you can walk on it no problem. I mean, we were just literally walking in the lava a few moments ago, so maybe we should just forgive it for this, but I'm thinking you wouldn't be able to touch this thing for a long time. But raising that bridge creates a shortcut so we can get back to the what's it called? The Prison Town Church site of grace, and now that's our closest grace to prepare for the boss fight. Now with proper preparation, this should be pretty easy. I'm gonna just throw together a few more sleep pots. And this. Suppose also this for now. And we're going in. I've been inaccurate with my sleep pots, unfortunately. Good enough. Should have crafted more gold pickled foul feet. Oh well. So this temple is apparently a shrine to giant snake. You can see its shed skin is stretched across here underneath this husk of its head. Serpent's amnion. Amnion from a womb that bore unintended offspring. From a repellent birthing ritual. It will never dry out, remaining damp indefinitely. Gross. This is called the Temple of Eiglay, so I guess we can assume that the giant serpent is called Eiglay. I don't think it's ever labeled that anywhere else, though. I should have put my runes. More vigor. before we go outside, we can explore the upper level of the temple a little bit. There's another item to be found. Back over here. I forgot something. That's not it. Oh yeah. Down on this ledge below the martyr effigy. Okay. Golden Rune 12. That's a decent chunk of change. Same song and dance as before. Very nice. Missionaries Cookbook 6. What does that do? Holy proof dried liver. There aren't a whole lot of bosses coming up that are going to deal holy damage. And we're pretty much always just using Flame Grant Me Strength as our body buff anyway. There's a little secret over this balcony. Crimson Tear Scarab makes your Flask of Crimson Tears more powerful, but it increases the damage you take. So it's like the opposite of Black Flame's Protection, which is a spell we'll see later. I don't think the Crimson Tear Scarab is ever worth using unless you're a PvP god who can hot swap to it every time you need to heal. I mean, I suppose you could do that in PvE too, but it's so unnecessary. Secret level. That elevator activates a shortcut back to the Temple of Eiglay. So now we can ride it up to here from the temple instead of having to go the long way around. I can free aim snipe these guys. I may not have the skills for it. Too high. Too low. Ah. Oh well. Yeah, Light V, absolute GOAT status right there. That's some top tier Elden Ring gameplay. Oh yeah, the Basilisk room. I have a better way of dealing with these. Double slash might be helpful. Okay, we did it. The nobles up here are extra fun because they explode into a cloud of poison when they die. You know, just as a prank. The full commoner's headband is way less cool looking than the altered one. And sadly, you cannot change between the two. You have to get the altered one from a random drop. Hey, Chris. Yeah, thank you. Happy Memorial Day to you, too. If you think about what Memorial Day is about, that's a slightly weird thing to say, actually. But, it's funny that it's kind of evolved into just a holiday for hanging out and going to a cookout with your friends and stuff, and not much else. I just want to watch the Magma Whip guy do his thing. He's fun. Hello, game. I just want to target that one. This room has the one and only Man-Serpent Sorcerer in the game. Also a fun character. So it's the only enemy who can drop the Gelmir Glintstone Staff. The drop rate is fairly generous, luckily, but there's no grace that's like immediately nearby, so you do have to run back to it. And I did not get the drop. Not that I care. I'm not using an imp build. Hey Atlas. Good to see you again. Yeah, it has been a while. At the beginning of the stream I explained I took a few sessions off to finish up what I was working on for the Conquest Let's Play for the last episode, and then I got bronchitis and was basically in no shape to be doing streaming for more than a month. I did loot that, okay. So out this eastern door, there is a portal that will take us to Rykard. I don't want to go there yet, because if we kill him now, we'll miss out on last Volcano Manor assassination quest. So we'll save that for later. Instead, we'll see what's up with that Serpent's Amnion we got by making our way back through what's left of the manor. Yeah, luckily bronchitis really isn't that bad. Like, I guess if you have comorbidities, it might be really scary. But for me, it was just a really annoying, lingering cough. That made me super tired and gross feeling in the mornings and the evenings. But it wasn't, like, scary. Did I immediately mess this up? I did. I wanted to drop down to that ledge. I don't think I can get back. Oh well. Okay, so now we get to see the shortcut elevator. That's the game's fault. I think we can all agree. Miyazaki cheated. I'm glad you enjoy the videos. Got some more cool stuff lined up for that. As always, productions can be kind of slow, but I'm glad you appreciate them. That's what I call big-brained. Okay, let's do this again. Yeah, if you drop off this way, you get to a hidden area here. And the side room lets you climb up to this other ledge, platform thing, where you can get the dagger talisman. That's the one that enhances critical hits, so it's pretty powerful on builds that focus on stance breaks and then maximizing crit damage. Gonna get Night Rain? I'm not sure yet. I just don't. Yeah, I've thought about it. Just haven't decided. I didn't participate in the network test because I don't have a... It was only on consoles, right? I don't have a PS5 or an Xbox. But I wasn't hugely impressed by what I saw in the network test. It also seemed like it would be the kind of thing that's way better if you have, like, solid group of real-life friends who will play it with you, and I may not be able to manage that. Okay. The bottom floor of this area is kind of tricky because there's a whole bunch of those crawling Albinorc things. What I'm going to try to do is jump onto this box, this cage, where they can't get me. You abuse the dagger talisman to square off. The hell of a way to do it. Does the math work out so that the Lord Sorin's straight sword is the best weapon for that then, because of its higher crit? Multiplier? Here it is. Our first Somber Smithing Stone 7. Hooray! We can finally upgrade past 6. Although I guess we already had one. Oh, because we got one in the subterranean shunning grounds. I forgot about that. We got 2 of them, I think. Well, now we can get more things past 6. So I've watched several speedruns of this game, and I know in early patches it used to be possible to make a jump from the cog, like the chain wheel thing, up to this ledge and get the Somber 7 without having to go all the way through, but I think they patched that out. But I think that used to be the preferred method for getting your upgrade materials. Here's a painting of our dear Rachel Rykard. Also, we get Royal Knight's Resolve, which is an upgraded version of the Determination Ash of War. Determination makes your next attack 60% stronger, I believe, and Royal Knight's Resolve is 80%. Actually, I might take that back. This is Rykard. This might be someone else. Someone with a mask. Like one of the Inquisitors. It looks like they have the Inquisitor outfit. Maybe that's Giza. And what do you know? We're right back in the hallway, right across from Patches.
Hello again. Welcome to
It would be fun if he acknowledged that, but no, he has no special dialogue for seeing you come out of that door.
Try to find.
Person we do want to talk to, though, is here. Dryas.
The serpent that lurked in the shadows that night. It entered the room, perhaps, if you discover.
Tell her of the dark side of Volcano Manor. We'll show her what we found in the temple.
Really? Oh, so there was a secret after all. Oh my. Lady Tanith, my own mother, has deceived me. Was I not born by the grace of a king?
No, you were not.
What is this? I remember this scent distinctly. Funny, isn't it? I am certain of it. I was born inside this. It's a part of my birth, Mother. You have my gratitude. Thanks to you, I am no longer afraid. I want to know how I was born and met Lady Tanith. One day, I hope to call her mother once again. This time from the bottom of my heart.
What do you think about all this, Tanith?
If you follow this, it cannot... She said that to you. I should have known something was wrong. The signs were clear enough. Well, Zarias has placed her trust in you. All the more reason I must tell you that some things are better left unknown. Besides, no one should be blamed for their heritage. Think about it. We are resisting the ways of the Erdtree itself. What matters one's lineage in such a crisis?
I don't know. Do I agree with that, Tanith?
If you follow this, it cannot come... No. I haven't seen Zarias anywhere, and she has no scouting duties now. Has she gone off in search of answers? Why won't she just listen?
Well, not only can you be a bird guy, you can be a dog man, wolf man as well, apparently. Didn't they just show off the Crucible Samurai guy? With aspects of the Crucible Beast?
May I ask your aid? not as the manor's proprietress, but as Zarias' mother. If she discovers the answer to her question...
Are there still more classes they have to reveal? They only had 4 in the network test. Aren't there supposed to be 8?
To purge that which would cause her pain.
Is the Crucible Samurai thing the
My
The fifth one?
Grave disrespect to her. No different than the Erdtree's imposition. But I've no choice. It must be done.
Tonic of Forgetfulness banishes distress and bitter memories. Gift bestowed by Rykard, sworn to blasphemy to Lady Tanith, who unfortunately had no use for it. So, interesting, because this item kind of implies that even though Rykard embraced the serpent, he didn't actually want his closest confidants to follow him, but he wanted Tanith to forget all about him, but she didn't do as he asked. They revealed an archer, a strength guy, and a samurai guy. Okay. I've only seen the Crucible guy. Let's see if we can catch up with Zarias somewhere. I'll have to bring the elevator back down. I want to just jump into a pit. Why in the world do the architects in this world decide, you know what my elevator shaft that only services 2 levels needs? A giant pit below the bottom level. So unsuspecting travelers who don't realize there's no platform there will just fall to their death. Really great work. Hello.
Oh, it's you. I'm afraid there is something I must tell you. I was an unwanted child. Born not of grace, but of a hideous ritual. Something that can never be accepted. Not by men, nor serpents. Even Lady Tanith shouldn't accept me. I know that you have done so much for me, but I wish to ask one last kindness. Kill me, please. I thought that I feared nothing. But this, free me from this accursed frame.
So, we really have 3 options here. We can give Zarias the Tonic of Forgetfulness, and she will forget everything she's learned about her origins and go back to being a, faithful scout of the manor, I suppose. Or we could just refuse to give it to her and leave her here, and then come back later once we've dealt with Rykard. Or you can just kill her as she wishes. The outcome that seems the happiest is to not give her the tonic and not murder her. So that's what we're gonna do. But no, Val, I don't think she is okay. Hopefully she'll get better. Since we did get the that dragon heart from that magma worm, I'm gonna run over to the Cathedral of Dragon Communion. We should be able to buy another incantation. Still don't plan to use it because we're not investing in any arcane. But yeah, we could purchase a lot of these. I'll take the 3 generic ones and Grail's Roar, which is a legendary one. Some pieces decay. For now. That's it for our little detour to Volcano Manor, though. Like I said, we're going to come back and deal with Rykard after we finish the last quest for the manor. but that involves us going past the Grand Lift of Rold up to the Mountaintops of the Giants, so that's where we're going next. Show your equipment. Okay. Don't need that dagger anymore. So I have a Godslayer Seal, Serpent God's Keen Curved Sword, Storm Blade as my sidearm. Using the Lord of Blood's Exaltation, Winged Sword Insignia, Dragon Crest Shield Talisman for defense, and the Gold Scarab just to amass more runes. Basically it. Pretty generic dex-based set right now. But I got enough faith to cast a variety of buffs, like Blessing's Boon, Golden Vow, Bloodflame Blade, and Flame Grant Me Strength. Russet Room says it's so weird that some of these NPC questlines have a happy ending. That's particularly interesting in Zarias' case. We'll talk about that when we get to it. The one part of the capital we haven't explored is the part beyond these giant doors. We could have gone there before, but we would have encountered a seal, not right here, but at the other end of this area that would have stopped us from making any more progress, so there wasn't much reason to come by here early. I really wish you could ride Torrent around this area, though, because it's kind of long, and... well, yeah, it's kind of long. Over here is everyone's favorite enemy encounter, because there is a misbegotten warrior and his dog, but they accidentally messed up the scripting on the dog, so it never aggroes on you. It'll just sit there and be chill. Good boy. Hello. But we got places to be, so goodbye. It's just one of those things that's one of those lovely, happy accidents that can happen when you're building a game as big as this, I suppose. And it would really suck if they ever fixed it. Shame I didn't get an Iron Greatsword drop on either of those. Well, that was stupid. I should have just healed, but I was trying to switch to my Serpent God's Curve sword and then kill these guys for some free healing. Okay. Run that back. There are lots of things I like about the Cross-Langinata, especially with repeating thrust, but it's not the greatest weapon for crowd fights. Hey, Farron. Having a good time. How have you been? God, the double perfumer into buffed misbegotten warrior. That's not good. Got done with finals recently. Nice. Played Nier Automata. I've heard great things about that. I've never really done or seen anything with Nier. I feel like I've spent so much of my gaming time on Bates or on, like, I guess, Elden Ring nowadays, but Xenoblade 3 before that I just haven't caught up with a lot of really awesome stuff that came out in the last 10 years or so. I did get Baldur's Gate 3 late last year, and I've literally only played through the prologue because I've spent hours and hours just staring at the character creation screen, trying to decide, you know, what class do I want and all that stuff, and then what do I want to look like, and it's like decision paralysis of the game. I did enjoy what I did in the prologue, except I was really annoyed by the controls, just like navigating around the world. I need to figure out if I should change some settings to make that nicer for me. I just didn't... I've played games like it before, but I don't really enjoy the way you, like, scroll the screen separately and then right-click to move places. I just find that annoying. But yeah, it might also just be a get used to it situation. I have waited long enough now to actually play the game that I could just use the new subclasses that came out in the final patch for my first playthrough, so hooray. I don't know if they're kind of designed to be not first playthrough material though. But again, that just adds to the decision paralysis. The scarab is such a troll. You pop it, and then it gets big. And that's it. Doesn't do anything else. Expedition 33 also looks really good. I have also heard great things about that. I don't really know what kind of game it is or like what it's like. I've just heard that people were really impressed by it. There is a boss fight over that way, but before we trigger it, I'm going to go to the priest that's closest. Should save us some time. Also, hopefully I don't screw this up. I want to... There we go. Jump over... Let's get the official's attire. Worn by magisterial officials to carry out their grim tasks, surveillance, executions, gruesome rituals. So it's almost as though this was some kind of prison being guarded by this guy. And inside we find the Blade of Calling, which is Melena's weapon. The power of its former owner, the Kindling Maiden, is still apparent. The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. So I'm not really sure what to make of this, because it's... If this is like... This is where Melina was for some reason, it's hard to understand how she would have ended up in here, or why this one little door would have held her in or something, but maybe that's what the environment is telling us. Are Melina and Ronnie the same person, or was that debunked? I don't believe they are the same person. I guess there's nothing in the game that explicitly says, no, these two people are certainly not the same person, but there's a whole lot of indications that they probably aren't. Just because, I mean, they're both disembodied souls that have completely different personalities and goals and everything. I don't think there's any particular reason to think that they're like a America and Radagon situation. Ronnie's way funnier than Melina. So true. But the funniest character is this Langdale soldier over here. Poor guy. We'll see in a second. Hey, what's this dark mist? Oh, he's dead. Rip Bozo. Then we get these two omens to fight. So there's this one that has... Can't believe that got me. An axe with blood flame and another one that does holy fire. So it's sort of implied that this is an apparition of young Moog and Morgott. That one being Moog, and then this one being Morgott. And they're guarding their divine tower. They drop the ashes of Omen Killer Rollo. I wonder if that means they he tried to fight them, and he bit off more than he could chew. This is another area where we have two sites of grace that are basically right next to each other for no reason. One at the bottom of the Divine Tower of East Altus, and then another one that we'll get to in a moment at the top. I mean, I guess there is some reason to have two, and that would be if you came straight here and didn't take the elevator down to the Forbidden Lands first, then that grace at the bottom would save you time. Once you go to the top, you could warp down to it. But we're going to save ourselves even more time by just warping straight back to the Forbidden Lands. Interesting that these two fingers are tied to both of the twins. When you get Moog's Great Room, you also restore it right here. It seems so far that all the shard bearers are tied to, on a one-to-one basis, are tied to a pair of fingers, but Moog and Morgott seemingly have the same ones. Also, I never quite understood why there are fingers on all these divine towers that are linked to the great runes that each of the shard bearers have. Because we're told that the demigods that are actually bonded to their own two fingers are the Empyrean. So it makes sense for Melania and Mikola. And I suppose if we ever, we don't ever see Mikola's two fingers. But if we ever saw Ronnie's, no, we do see Ronnie's. What am I thinking? But I don't know why all the other ones have two fingers as well. Okay, we're gonna go to Forbidden Lands, but before that, I'm gonna do just a tiny bit of farming. I don't think I have enough foul feet to craft more gold. Well, I do have some. No, I'll go get some more for total foul feet. Is Radahn's arena in the DLC like a gate, so maybe that's Mikla's fingers? I don't think so. I don't want to talk too much about the gates of divinity before we get there. But I will say that the anatomical symbolism there is not fingers. There were other great rune bearers in the initial stages of the Shattering. That's true. I think it's implied that even if you collect all the great runes in the game, there are still more out there. I mean, we know that Mikla's gets destroyed, and Rani's was also destroyed, and there are supposedly, I think, many other demigods and stuff. Oh, that's true. So maybe you're right that the tower fingers are just like a general control system for the great runes. You think these birds would learn to not chill there? That's the real curse of what America has done with taking the Rune of Death out of the Elden Ring. All these poor critters are doomed to just show right back up where they died and resume their lives and get killed again. Just like us. And my silver pickle ran out. A quick dash over here. We'll grab some gold fireflies, and then we should be good to go for a while. In fact, pretty soon we're going to get to the point where we really have no need to level up anymore, and we won't really have to worry about maximizing our rune gains. I do plan to stop at 150 for this playthrough. Okay. Forbidden Lands, here we come. I need it to be nighttime. And can I level up? No. It's premature. It's a giant skull. Spooky. I thought I could just strafe that. Nice. Phantom Slash is a pretty cool Ash of War. Only works on pole arms, I think. But it's pretty strong. You do like one charging swing upward, and then a phantom appears and does the same thing a split second later. Tracking isn't perfect, but it's worked pretty well. Forbidden Lands are kind of boring because they're just a long, basically straight passageway with some vulgar militia and a knight's cav, and not a lot else. Like, there's no reason to ever come back here, but I think it's kind of has a neat vibe. It's cool to go through once. I totally understand people who get sick and tired of it playing through multiple times in a row, though. It's just like, here's 10 minutes between Morgott and the Fire Giant, where you're literally just riding your horse and doing nothing else. Let's see here. There's supposed to be a summoning sign on the ground somewhere. Hello, Millicent. Glad to have you with us once again. Millicent, if you would join in, that would be helpful. Thanks. Best in death attack. Thanks, Millicent. The Gargoyles, Black Blades, and Black Axe are pretty bad. They have innate holy damage. It's actually stronger than their base physical damage, but I'm given to understand that they don't scale very well. And I don't think you can change the Ashes of War on those ones. You hate the way they looked. I kind of do too. The corpse wax. Well, I actually kind of like the regular corpse wax ones more than the black corpse wax ones, but yeah. The black steel weapons in the DLC are a better execution on that roll from a gameplay perspective anyway, because those are actually buffable. Infusable. That was the last golden seed we need, I think. Yep.
You, please, Henry, you turn back. Ahead lies the land of the giant's flame, and the way forth is forbidden. Hear me. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. Doing so will unbind destined death and slay the world itself. Who would dare put you up to such a task? Most certainly not the Fingers.
Well, sorry, lady. I think we gotta do it. Hoist medallion. Copperhead says, I'd have preferred if they all went in on, or if they went all in on making the gargoyle weapons look super gross and ugly, like the tooth whip or the ringed finger. Yeah, I could see that. Or if they had, like, a visual effect where they dripped molten wax or something to make it look, like, very distinctive and gooey and gross and not just, you know, here's this weapon that I super glued together really badly. I wonder if there's any significance to the fact that the statues on this side have these crossed branches or staves, and the ones on this side have crossed axes. Never thought about that before. There's our beloved Erdtree in the capital Lingdell, all the way down there. We've made quite a journey in the last half hour or so. And there we can see the consecrated snowfield. Can't get there yet, but you can tell that there's at least a few points of interest, like that wandering mausoleum way off in the distance. By far the most annoying one in the game. But it's Yura. Well, Yura, you're dead.
Finally, we meet the Tarnished, who would be Lord. Oh my. Why the long face? I fear that you were previously acquainted with this vessel. Well, that is most unfortunate. For he is dead. As for his flesh, he gave it to me. Shabriri, I hope you can make your peace with that.
Shabriri. Heard that name before.
You were about to sacrifice something precious, the life of a fair maiden, that you would toss into the fiery forge, only so that you may be Lord. What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy requires her sacrifice, whether she wishes it or not. But how would the Lord, crowned so, be looked upon? Chosen, tarnished, and would-be Lord, dare to tread the path of true rigor, spare the poor girl, and singe your own flesh in her stead.
You mean I don't have to sacrifice Melina?
And attain lordship through righteous hardship, then heed the words of I, Shabriri. Chosen, tarnished, and would-be Lord, descend into the depths far below the Erdtree capital. Seek audience with the three fingers and the flame of frenzy. If you inherit the flame of frenzy, your flesh will serve as kindling, and the girl can be spared, setting you on the righteous path of lordship, the path of the Lord.
Why hasn't anyone told me about this?
Burn the Erdtree to the
Or
ground
now?
and incinerate all.
Gotta be
that
worth checking out, right?
divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take
The world!
Yeah, right on, dude.
There is something I'd like to say. My purpose was given to me by my mother, but now I act of my own volition. I have set my heart upon the world that I would have, regardless of my mother's designs. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of that, not even you.
I agree, Melina, but did you hear what that guy just said? We can make this happen without you killing yourself.
Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
The Zamor ruins are populated by these heroes of Zamor. We fought one of these way back in the Weeping Peninsula to get Radagon's Scar Seal of all things. And it was imprisoned there. They're kind of tough, especially if you fight them in groups. So we're going to try to isolate them when we can. Bloodflame Blade running out then was not exactly the most desirable outcome. Really should have reapplied it. Nothing to see here, friend. Don't worry. Where'd the other one go, though? Good. That worked out. Atlas says, I low-key actually like the Mountaintop. It's far more condensed than other areas and has some interesting lore bits, plus it's just pretty. I think it is kind of neat if you are still, like, engaged enough with the game and, like, not, like, driving straight to the finish, that you, like, want to go explore these ruins and the catacombs and stuff like that along the way. If you are at the point in the game where you're just like, I just want to finish, man, it's kind of a drag. Work out the way I wanted it to. Why stands break? There we go. In the building, I picked up Zamor Ice Storm. Incredible spell. I did not try that until pretty recently, and God, it's good. It's a kind of small circular AoE around yourself, but it summons an ice storm, as it suggests, that inflicts a lot of frostbite, and you can charge it to make the AoE bigger and make it stronger. And just it's a very, very useful tool. I think it combines nicely with some of the other frost build-up spells too. Like if you use Ronnie's Dark Moon to inflict a magic debuff, that also has a good chunk of frostbite, but not enough to actually inflict frostbite status by itself usually. But if you can hit with that and then Zamor Ice Storm, you like get the frostbite and they got the magic resistance debuff and does a ton of damage, and you can use your magic somber weapons from then on to store things. It's not a stance break? Yes. I don't think there's a single original thing here except for the area boss. Well, that's a little bit uncharitable. The Heroes of Zamor would have been unique if they hadn't put one in an Everjail on the Weeping Peninsula. starting with it. But yes, there's not a lot of really new material at all. You can find these white stormhawks. They're cute. Switch weapons. All right, so we did pick up the Smithing Stone Miners Bell Bearing 3. Yep, that's the one that lets us buy the Smithing Stones 5 and 6. I think what I'll do is I'll go through the next dungeon and then go buy some of those so I can upgrade some stuff. Here we are at the Giants Mountaintop's catacombs. I think these are the second to last catacombs in the base game, right? 'Cause I don't think there are any more in Mountaintops, and there's one more that's really hard in Consecrated Snowfield. Is there another one? I haven't done the War Dead catacombs yet, have I? Okay, so there's one more also in Caelid. Third to last for us. We fooled that imp. Surprise. This elevator has a secret second platform. It's like one of the only ones in the game. There's like 3 that actually service multiple different levels. Amazing. A mini boss here, an Erdtree Burial Watchdog with ice powers. Very scary. Can't get a quick stance break. Also, I'm horrible at dodging these plunging attacks today, apparently. Luckily, you can jump a lot of the swipes. Seriously? How does one stab anything in the back with this sword? That seems like a challenge. I forgot that healing spells could also trigger the pillars. That's so funny. Turns out spinning chain is way more efficient than anything else. Lucky that jumping flail R2s have relatively good hit stun on the warrior jars. They made that pretty easy. Or trap. That one solitary living jar is so suspicious, but I guess there's nothing else to this room at all. I'm crafting some poison pots because this is totally optional, but I want to kill the land squirts that we're about to encounter. These I don't really need the poison pots for, but there's going to be a giant one in a moment. This place keeps up the tradition from some of the other more recent catacombs we've gone through, where the layout is designed to trick you in some way to make you think it's repeating when it's not. In this one, we drop down, we're going to be in a room similar to the one where we fought one of the warrior jars a little while ago, but it is a different room with new enemies in it. Also, I'm already out of flask. That's really sad. Getting blown up multiple times does not help. Giant land squirt. 3 poison pots. Should poison it, and then it will go boom. Goodbye, pot friend. So, another elevator. This time with the secret floor beneath it. We'll drop down and take out that warrior jar there. Oh, fuck me. Not want to fall down here. Now I have to figure out where I'm going. I wanted to be on that level there. Okay. Okay, finally we have reached the lever to open the boss doors. Let's kill these guys. Okay, I do want to get my flasks back before I fight the boss, so that means I have to send this down and then ride the elevator back to the top. Can I level up? Yes. What stats do I want to level up? I guess Dex first. .44 Dex. Yeah, chumps. I wonder if it would actually work best for me to just spam catch flame on this boss. There's a very good chance that it would. It's another tree spirit! Hooray! Okay, it should explode soon. I have learned things. I know to run away when it's at half health now. Close. Almost missed my window to get the gold pickle foot in. So there we go. We got another golden seed, which we can't use because we were already capped on flask charges. The glovewort pickers bell bearings, we can buy regular glovewort 4, 5, and 6, I believe. Yeah. And then another death root. Back to Gronk. We're almost done with the Death Root quests. I think there's only one more? Maybe two? This time we get the Beast Claw Great Hammer, which is very much a strength weapon and not something we plan to use, although we do actually have the stats for it, funnily enough. Let's turn in our bell bearings at the Round Table Hold and get some upgrades, shall we? So let's take a look at our inventory real quick. We've got, so we can upgrade up to plus 18. We can buy the materials for it. We need the full set of 6s for the Flamberge. 6 6s for the Night Rider Flail. All the 6s for the Nagakiba. Just about it. And then 10s, okay. So the things that are partially upgraded, it looks like we need 10 6s for the Serpent God's Curved Sword, 6 for the Flail, so 16. Alright. And then everything else just needs, like, as much as we can buy. Purchase. And I have 18 6s already. So I want to go to... 28. And then plus 12. And plus 12 again. Right?
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your arms then.
Strengthen this. Strengthen this. Raise this to plus 18. Newman's Rune. The Newmen are said to have come from outside the lands between and are in fact of the same stock as Queen Marika herself. I guess that means, according to the DLC, that the Newmen and the what are they called? The Jar Saints. The I can't remember. What are they called in the DLC? They're like the same people or related people. I found any good decks? Oh yeah. Maybe there was something I'd forgotten to do. I was going to upgrade the Bolt of Grant's Axe. Yes, please. I'm going to say, like, I thought I had a dex-based somber weapon that would be really good, and I do. Sixes. Got 36 more sixes, a dozen more fives, and continue upgrading. But also, I actually want to put the Bolt of Grant's Axe to use.
Back already, no matter.
Suppose I should upgrade my seal. I'll upgrade the Guardian Sword Spear as well. Alright, back to the mountaintops once again. So 974 damage uncharged, 1336 charge. Not bad. And the range is pretty sweet. I think it just has the generic spear moveset though, so it's not like a great melee weapon. Am I fat rolling? No. Unrestricted 1-2 range. If only it could crit at 2 range. Wouldn't that be something? But no, Elden Ring plays by Fate's rules. It's such a fun place to traverse. I really like this bit. You're walking along this narrow path, riding your horse, carrying the world, and then, oh hey, what's that off in the distance? It's a friggin' archer golem. If you don't notice, he's just gonna blast you right off. Miyazaki? Hello? Okay. Fortunately, that golem doesn't respawn, so he will never be a problem. But also, we never really have to ride back across this ever again, except right now to go double back and pick up the loot we skipped. So, I guess it doesn't mean anything that he doesn't respawn. Somber 8, that's nice. something really peaceful about this area. There's, I mean, I guess it's literally quite peaceful. There are no enemies around. Just a pretty little snow zone. Oh, and here's Millicent one more time. This is our last chance to murder her in cold blood and steal her arm before she makes it to the Erdtree.
To think we'd meet in such a place. What could you...
But we would never do such a thing.
No. I know well enough who you are. And what I know is good enough for me. Call upon me again. In battle. Should you have the need. I'm searching for a fort to the north of the ruins. I heard the master of the fort was given a medallion that allowed him to visit the Erdtree. Indeed, I believe that is where Melania will be found. The Erdtree is hidden somewhere in these northern lands.
Thanks for the intel. Bye, Millicent. We'll see you later. Really feels like she should have been summonable for the boss of Castle Soul. Well, I mean, she's journeying there with you. But sadly, she's not. Can you make this jump, please? Yeah.
Do you hear me? It is I,
Oh.
Lieutenant.
Hi,
You're
Lieutenant.
almost there. Castle Soul lies just off to the north, where the other medallion is housed. It will grant passage to the land of the Erdtree.
I wish you could use weapon skills on horseback. Because being able to throw bolt of Grand Sacks while you're riding around would be incredible. I know you can sort of do that with Mesmer's Spear because of the whole projectile R2 gimmick for that. That's kind of cool. Golden seed number 32? I think 30 was the number we needed to get our last flask. I will weaken this golem, but I don't want to kill it just yet because there is another one of those broken statues over here. We have to lure it over. Attacks at the feet do so much more damage to the chest, and okay, stance breaking it there was probably not ideal. Hello, come back. Here, boy. Want to break a statue? Oh, come on. Statue time. It'll be so much fun. Fire breath attack work to break it? I don't know. No. It's not. There we go. Let's go check the statue too. 3 spinning 7s, not bad. That's almost enough to get another weapon to plus 21. Which would have to be our Guardian Sword Spear now. Okay, so the main quest would have us go off this way. We're gonna run out to the lake for a second, but then double back and explore the part of the map that we can already see. We have the map for, and that'll take us to Castle Sol. I don't think we're going to use Seppuku, but it's like Sacred Blade, but for bleed builds, essentially. And it inflicts blood loss on yourself, so it can trigger your Lord of Blood's Exaltation and your White Mask buff, and those kinds of things. So we could make use of it. Unfortunately, you can't apply Seppuku and Bloodflame Blade at the same time. That would be really funny. Dare you shoot at me, skeleton archers. Okay, as you can tell, this is an area filled with skeletons, or those who live in death. We're going to change our loadout a little bit to... Why do I have the intelligence knot crystal tier on? What the heck? What have I been doing with my wondrous physics? Okay. Holy and... It was just Dex Knot? Well, I can go Faith Knot for this. I got my Sacred Blade weapon. I also want the Golden Epitaph. Use Last Rites and have a weapon with Sacred Order? Should. No, I don't. Okay. So a Sacred Order dagger. So Golden Epitaph or Last Rites will give me double damage against those who live in death. The Sacred Order dagger will give me another 50% multiplier. And then, of course, I'll have a Sacred Blade weapon, which has its own... I forget what the number is, but its own multiplier against those who live in death. So I will be doing a ton of damage with that. Also, we'll take the Sacred Scorpion Charm. And that seems good to me. Right. I'm going to dash through this area over here. A bunch of giant skeletons are going to get summoned. I'm not going to try to fight them yet. I want to go kill their summoner, who is this Tibia Mariner down here. So I'm not going to use all my buffs, but because I don't believe the Tibia Mariner gets the full those who live in death damage bonus effects, but at least having a Sacred Blade weapon and a Sacred Order weapon in my offhand will increase my damage a bit. I cannot kill this snail. Okay. Finally. One-handed mace attacks look weird. Okay. Killed him. We get Help and Steeple. Pretty cool intelligence-based greatsword. Definitely not something we're going to use. But that's just a mini-boss. Now with that dead, we'll clear out the area up here. I believe some of the skeletons do still spawn once the Tibia Mariner is dead, but most of them don't. Just to make sure I collect everything, I'm going to go through and that's in order. So from this side, this corpse, and that one. These corpses, and then down at the cliffside. You get the arteria leaf. Okay. Now the real boss we did all the prep for is over that way. Oh. Minecraft Flask. Last rites. Got too close by accident, but well. Shared order, Sacred Order, and then Sacred Blade, boom. One-shot kill. Easy. That's 120,000 runes for basically free. Once again, we're having an event at late night. I think, like all the Wandering Mausoleums, this one doesn't move at late night, so I don't have to worry about it stepping on me. Convenient. Come back to that later. So I just circled around the side of Castle Sol. There is a graveyard out here with a few more golden runes you can pick up. And there's a corpse with a Somber 8 sitting on this ledge. Now back to our regularly scheduled loadout. Level up Dex, change the physic. I want Dex not. And I guess I'll just take Captain Spill. Sure, why not? And no more Revenge Arm. Alright, let's we'll enter the castle. Right at the front, there are two lion guardians. So I'm just gonna try to pull them one by one, and maybe Ancient Lightning Spear will do just fine in fighting them from range. Would be nice. Oh, we almost killed one. Why is this one so damaged? What happened to him? Oh yeah. Nice and cheesy. They don't respawn, so we can just sit at the Grace and heal for free. Oh, that doesn't one-shot. How dare you try to use Stormblade on me? God, did you see the knockback on that? Can't do anything to me. This is great. Uses a lot of FP, but that was really free. Kind of notable about that Banished Knight, though, is that's one of the only ones that can drop the unaltered Banished Knight armor, which I think is a really cool outfit. Maybe we'll want to farm that later. Luckily, I can get right back where I was. Can I snipe the... No. I'm gonna see if I could hit the exile soldier who mans that ballista up there, but I don't think I can. I don't think they spawn until you can get across this area. Sorcerer painting. Well, we've been under that bridge. We haven't really seen this spot, though. Up on the platform where we shot that Stormhawk, there's a corpse. Which fittingly has Stormhawk axe. You can get 4 of those in one playthrough. If you murder Nefeli, she drops 2 of them, and then you can pick up 2 others. So I think that's the first one we've found. Stormhawk axe is a mostly dex-based weapon, and it's pretty strong, so we might try that out later. It's also another lightning weapon, or it has a lightning buff on it. So it basically has Stormcaller, but with lightning attached. The Eclipse Shotel is one of the legendary weapons. It's the only weapon in the game that can have a Death Blight effect on it with its weapon skill. It's really bad. Super weak. Death Blight's terrible in PvE. It's almost useless in PvP too. Except for people who are cheating. Give themselves invincibility or whatever, and you can use Death Blight to kill them anyway. That's kind of funny. I hit you from here? Not if the ball gets in the way. No. This Banished Knight's really fun. It's supposed to be a trap. If you try to go down there and sneak up on him, he'll teleport behind you and then unleash a giant flurry of attacks with his twin Banished Knight greatswords. But you can just snipe him from above, and he will teleport, but not like. He doesn't get to do his full combo the way he does on the trap. Oh, got the greatsword, which is cool, but I was hoping for the armor. That's the second one that can drop it. Don't really know how anyone would have found this on their own other than being really observant, noticing a corpse here, but yeah, you can run across this wall and go get that Somber 8. Hey Marie, doing well, how are you? Russet, I think they were thinking, let's make a really funny ambush enemy in one of the last minor overworld dungeons in the game. I don't know, chat, does Castle Soul qualify as a legacy dungeon to you? I would say no, it's more like Castle Morn. Which I feel like is a separate category of challenge. Too short. Level up. I was trying to get cute. My bad. If you don't kill the Albinorks in the cages up top, they will summon some Exile Phantoms that don't appear otherwise. I wonder what's making all that noise outside. I don't know. Hello, doggies. off in the distance. So we already went in this room on the side here because I fell off the platform over there. So that should mean we've cleared everything in the castle other than the area right... Basically it. Yeah, everything but the boss. Okay. Kinda don't want to use the bolted Grandsax for this. Yo, Guardian Sword Spear. I'll stick with the Naginata though. Let's see. Those for some bewitching branches. This is one of the cases, one of the more notable occasions when you can make use of a bewitching branch. Is it really that important? No, I don't think so, but it can make the beginning of this fight a lot easier. We're going to fight Commander Niall, who is like Commander O'Neill, but he has frost and lightning attacks instead of rot. And he summons Banished Knights instead of Exile Soldiers. Only 2 of them, though. But you can use the Bewitching Branch on the Banished Knight Phantoms to turn them against each other or against him. So let's try it. Buff up first. And I run in. Someone's come in. Poke with Bewitching Branch. Trouble is, your newfound friends die really fast. But that's okay. You did some work. I can't believe I lost that right there. Oh, he was 1 hit away. Okay, let's try it again. Shoot you. Shoot you. Yep, I did get greedy. It's my fault. So I got like no help against Niall that time because my companion just fought the other Banished Knight. Did get a stance break though, so this should be fine. Cool. That's better. Our prize is Erdtree secret medallion left. We already have the right side, so now we have the full thing. Apparently we can take this to the Grand Lift of Rold and get access to a hidden path there. We will guide the bearer to the land of Miquella's Erdtree. Lord Miquella, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now. Your divine Erdtree. It's right there, buddy. Right down there. Yeah. Just scooch forward like a meter and look over the edge and ooh, there you go. Although it is in a sorry state, I gotta say. So this ghost was the source of a lot of speculation about what Miquella might be doing in the DLC, because I guess technically we have encountered multiple soulless demigods in the Wandering Mausoleums, but the famous one is Godwyn, and the thought was, well, Miquella was trying to use the power of the eclipse to restore Godwyn's soul, which Ronnie or the death of which Ronnie orchestrated on the Night of the Black Knives. Yeah. One demigod had to die, and she, instead of having one demigod die in both body and soul, she sacrificed her body, but she wanted to keep her soul, so she had Godwyn's soul killed instead. But this seems to really just be another example of many times we encounter in the game where Miquella hatches some scheme to set the world to rights, and then it just never comes to fruition. So we've got this whole eclipse plan. I don't remember if the Eclipse Shoto has any lore about this. Not especially. I mean, the Castle Soul is about the worship of the eclipse. We've got the Church of the Eclipse here and everything. So it says, the sight of an eclipse inspires a dreadful awe, preventing an onlooker from averting his gaze. And this weapon is tied with the flames of the Prince of Death. But for whatever reason, the whole eclipse plan doesn't work out. Miquella's not able to restore Godwyn's soul to him that way. And we'll discover later that the Erdtree plan hasn't worked out either. Although it is interesting that the ghost knows about the Erdtree, which suggests that Miquella was working on both of those at the same time. He'd already started growing his Erdtree while he was doing this whole, trying to do this whole ritual with the eclipse, whatever it was. Anyway, we'll stop back over at the Roundtable Hold, because we can buy Niall's armor from Enya. I think it's ugly. It's basically a variant of the Banished Knight set with the same duck feet problem. So I don't like it very much, but it is a pretty solid heavy armor choice. And also we can talk to Gideon now that we've learned more about the medallions that he wanted us to pursue.
What is it?
The shield says something? We'll have to get the shield to drop, don't I? Secret medallions are reunited.
I see you've laid your hands on the other secret medallion. I'm glad to see my counsel has borne fruit, but the honor of the deed is yours alone. You've made more of yourself than Ensha has. Now, more importantly, both secret medallions are in your hands. I suppose you'd like to know then? What awaits you on the path ahead? Me too, my friend. Me too. I wait with bated breath.
No, Gideon, it's baited. B-A-T-E-D. Silly. Okay, back to Snow Valley Ruins Overlook. We've got a little bit more to explore here in the western part of the Mountaintop. This... I guess I want Flame Shrouding Tier. Doesn't really matter that much, though. So I'm not going to do a ton of fire damage. Right, okay. I'm up here and go across this bridge. Here's, well, not a minor Erdtree, but the ruined stump of a minor Erdtree. It does still have a an Erdtree avatar, though. This one splits in twain when it gets to low HP, so you get, it's a duo fight now, but it's not that big a problem, I think, as long as you don't have them use Elden Stars on you a lot, which this one just did. Or Golden Land, I guess technically that was called. It would be funny if they could friendly fire, though. Is this the Cerulean Crystal tier and Crimson Bubble tier? I've never used the Crimson Bubble tier. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone using it. Also, with the Cerulean tier, I can hardly imagine a more wasteful use of their Flask of Wondrous Physic than making it just a Cerulean flask. Goodbye. Didn't even die. Oh, no, he did. Ooh, a somber 9. And our friends Gold Mask and Corin.
Nice to see you. I can't believe you.
Looking magnificent as ever, Gold Mask.
I've been gripped by a terrifying thought. The rhythms and calculus of the Master's finger betray a suspicion of the holism of the Golden Order. A conceit, I am afraid, that cannot be overlooked. But how could this be? I dread to even entertain the possibility. But somehow, I cannot cast aside my doubts about the Master. Tell me, have I simply lost my head?
Uh-oh.
If the Master were true to the Golden Order, why would he think to breach this forbidden mount of fire? Oh, Master,
I don't know, friend.
put my mind at ease.
I'm sure it'll be alright.
Dispel these fearsome thoughts. I want to place my trust in you, to be your scribe.
So that tonic of forgetfulness we got from Tanith can also be given to Corin instead of Zarias to help him quell his doubts about Gold Mask. I don't think this changes the outcome for Corin in terms of where he ends up or what loot you get or anything like that from the quest. But I think if you give this to him, he ends up showing up back here at the end of the game instead of in the end game area, which just makes it less convenient, so I'm not going to do that. Good, I can one-shot with uncharged. What's it called? Ancient Lightning Spear. Huh. Talking spirit jellyfish.
You promised me when we turn 14, we go to see the stars.
I know something about that. The one that, what's her name gave us way back at the Stormhill Shack. We have a spirit jellyfish named Aurelia.
Dear sister, you're finally here. No time to waste. Let's see the stars.
Oh, they're reunited. I don't think I've really heard Primal Glintstone Blade recommended very much. It makes your spells more FP efficient. But I think if you're a pure spellcaster focused build, you're probably better served by maximizing damage to make your spells more efficient than just to make them cost less individually most of the time. That's my guess. I haven't really tried it too much. I guess that bat was extra strong because of its extra hair or something. Are all these bats just way more buffed than the regular ones? I suppose they are. Down here, there's this grave that you can examine. Here lie Aurelia and Aureliette, who never saw the stars. So this is kind of a... well, I guess they were humans or something like humans, but their spirits were transferred to those jellyfish or something. But the name also gives you a hint about exactly which spirit ash you might use if you ever read the description and found that there was one spirit jellyfish called Aurelia. So if we cross that bridge over there, that'll just take us back to the graveyard area towards Castle Sol. We just need to check out... well, okay, there is one thing to check there. We got that painting in Castle Sol, and it turns out that view is right here. There's the moon, there's the pillars, there's a skeleton that we don't want to fight, and the Great Hood is a comically large hat that I think boosts your intelligence by quite a bit, but I think it looks hideous. So I don't know why. I don't think I would ever wear it. Feel when you made a little girl spirit tank Margit. Does a damn good job.
Is someone there? A customer? Well, how long has it been?
We'll get some rune arcs, we'll buy some stone sword keys, we'll buy this cookbook for rejuvenating boluses so we can cure Death Blight renewably, finally. And then the Vagabond set. Very good looking armor set. I really like it. One more place to check out here in the mountaintops right now. A little farther along. Take the Spirit Spring down to get down to the west end of the stream. We went east and fought those golems before, but we didn't come to this west side. There's a bunch of bats and demi-humans skirmishing with each other along the way. We've basically circumvented those. Not that they're really a problem to fight. There's also this shack here. Shack of the Lofty with the Traveling Maiden set. And over here, if it weren't snowing, we could get a good view of the consecrated snowfield again, but we already saw that pretty well before. This is where we were sent to hunt Juno Hoslow for the Volcano Manor. We want to wait for a second and not immediately go in because we get a gesture from letting him do it. He has, I believe it's Bloodhound Step, which is annoying. And his dual whips. I've never tried power stance whips. Wait. But he's kicking my ass, so maybe it's worth trying. I'm such a scumbag. Healing in a duel. That was cheap. We get a sweet armor. Pretty nice, and another, we get Hoslow's Pedal Whip. Did we get two of those? Did we already have one from Diallos? I don't remember. I'm curious. Item type. Where are my whips? Whips? Oh, there you are. Yeah, we have two. So I could forge these up. Maybe try a double whip strat. Maybe at some point. But that is it for the western part of the Mountaintops of the Giants.
No matter, lay out your own.
And raise my Bolt of Grand Sax to +9. Let's take the Bloodhound's Fang to 8. Any other good dex weapons I should upgrade? Could use the Sword of Milos. Oh yeah, Stormhawk axes. Get those going. At least one of them. And I think that's it for now. But I'll go ahead and upgrade this to +9. Okay, so let's wrap up the Volcano Manor quest, shall we? Do I... You know what? If I can manage to... The weight of everything, this could be really incredible. I want to equip one great spear. Talk to Tanith.
I see that you've stayed the path of champions. This is your usual reward. Please, take it. Perhaps you are ready. Might you see our Lord? Our Lord will no doubt welcome you. Another kindred spirit, treading the path of champions.
Yeah, let's do it.
As it should be. Now, close your eyes for a moment. I will transport you to the Lord's chamber. Farewell, then. May your visit be fruitful.
I want to make sure to level up. More decks. Serpent Hunter. Thought to have been used to hunt an immortal great serpent in the distant past, it manifests a long blade of light when facing such a creature. When their master's heroic aspirations degenerated into mere greed, his men searched for a weapon with which they might halt their lord. It's true. We talked to that Gelmir Knight ghost who said he'd found the Serpent Hunter and he tucked it away in the master's chamber, and here we are. We are going to... First off, let me see. Can I carry both of these? I'm going to power stance 2 great spears. If you have the Serpent Hunter in the offhand when you're power stancing, then you get the beam of light effect from both great spears on your power stance attacks, which is kind of dumb. So I shouldn't even have to upgrade this. Also, uniquely, this boss lets you teleport out because you can grab the Serpent Hunter and then go upgrade it and then come back, but we shouldn't need to do that. I don't want to be in heavy load though, so let me see if I can get under, yeah. Great Jar's Arsenal will do the trick. Okay. I don't think there's much else we need to do. Flask, Blessing's Boon. Them now. I don't think I can get any strength just because I can. And then I'm just going to do crouching L1s. Over and over. I don't know what's up with the particle effects not rendering properly. That never used to happen.
orphan king has remedy. Together we will devour the very god.
Stance break. And we win. Hooray. The I Sir code is an interesting drop. That has the symbol of Sir Gideon, so seemingly maybe one of his minions got into this pile of corpses. Sorry, buddy. I don't need the Serpent Hunter anymore. Swap that out. I want my Serpent God's curved sword back, though. It's my weapon from Rykard. And we just got a great rune, so back to the round table hold. Or just for the remembrance rather than the great rune. Receive power from remembrance of the blasphemous. We can buy the blasphemous blade, which we could wield, but only while we have it two-handed or while we have Godric's Great Rune active, or Rykard's Rancor, which we definitely can't wield because it requires 40 Ent. It's the strongest magma sorcery. All of those require intelligence and faith. This is the legendary one. We'll get the blasphemous blade just for our collection. I do wonder how Inia manages to miniaturize those things, because that sword was like 40 feet long, and now it's the size of a regular greatsword. That's some good work. I know this is supposed to be one of the best weapons in the game. I'd love to try it eventually, but at the same time, all the little bloody hand tendrils, they freak me out. Weird. I don't want to run around with that on my shoulder.
Well, I took you've no matter it's lay out your arms.
There's not much else to do right here, so...
Back already.
Although I do have enough smithing 7s, I think. Yeah, to get my Guardian Sword Spear to 21. Cool. And then what's our next upgrade project going to be? Maybe the... Anberge? Now, if we go back to the Grace... where Rykard was. Oh, I have to go talk to Tanith first. Yeah, go to Volcano Manor. Gotta tell them I killed their lord. I was supposed to be sacrificed to him, but oops.
You. It's true then. You've defeated our lord. No. I must thank you. Our lord was yet weak. You have taught us that. Defeat is not the end. Our lord is...
Well, damn, Tanith. You really are a true believer in social Darwinism, huh?
Until then, I must stay the path and do my part. I will leave the Volcano Manor before long. I suggest you do the same. I will miss these encounters. The champion who walks the tainted path shines all the more. I always was an admirer. This is farewell. Perhaps we will meet again along the path.
Hey, Bernal.
So, you killed Rykard. I harbor you no ill will. The strong take. Such is our code. Even he was prepared to meet a wretched end when he first took blasphemy unto his very flesh. But any road, the Volcano Manor is no more. Though we may yet fulfill an old promise. We hunted our own kind, and took what was theirs. And with everything in hand, the time has come to rise against the Erdtree. O greater will, hear my voice. I am the recusant Bernal, inheritor of my brother's will. And you will fall to my blade. We refuse to become your pawns. Consider this fair warning.
Alright, Bernal's off on his quest to destroy the Greater Will. We'll see if our paths cross again. Oh, and the spirit of that Gelmir knight left us the my thanks gesture. You know, it's so refreshing for someone here in the Lands Between to actually offer us some gratitude. Not enough courtesy these days.
And killed Rykard. You scheming little doxy. Cripes, you make this nonsense seem, well, less nonsensical. Perhaps a Tarnished will be Elden Lord after all. But for now, this manor is finished. The demigod beast is slain, and Tanith has lost her head. A fine mess. But how else could it end? When Daddy Ambition's head over heels courting Lady Blasphemy. Well, here I am, untethered once again. Goodbye, my friend. What is it? Oh, come to make a parting donate? Try to find.
Alright, we checked in with everyone in the front rooms, but we haven't found Zarias.
Kill me, are you? You've always been so kind and uncompromising.
I'm going to quit out and reload the area. Because if we talk to Zarias after killing Rykard and then come back, she will have moved on. Zarias' letter and Didikar's woe. This is a purely negative talisman. It's basically, if you want to play on hard mode, you can equip this. It said that this woman named Didikar indulged in every form of adultery and wicked pleasure imaginable, giving birth to a myriad of grotesque children. But I guess the suggestion here is that Didikar was the consort of the god-devouring serpent at some point, and maybe we're meant to conclude that she was Arias' mother through some bizarre ritual. Kind of unclear. I don't know how, if she was a regular woman at some point, she would have given birth to a snake, but okay. And also, Arias' letter. She says, I wish to set out on a journey so that one day I can carry on Mother's work, be the proud daughter of Tanith of Volcano Manor. Farewell. You've always been so kind, so uncompromising. My champion. Which sounds nice enough, until you think about what exactly she means by carrying on Mother's work. I hope she doesn't go and establish another organization of murderers. But we'll never know. Now when we come back here, we can find Rykard's head and Tanith digging in.
Oh, you... Allow me some time. Our lord's carcass is vast and not easily consumed. Dear Rykard, please, find purchase within me. I wish to be your serpent, your family. One day, let us devour the gods together.
You. Also, setting aside everything else that's gross about this, how long do you think it would take to eat this much meat, all of it, by yourself? Even if you could, cook it and not munch on it raw. I mean, I guess that would make it slower, possibly, but what is this, like, my character's what, like 5'6" or something? This is like, let's say 4 feet in radius and 11 feet long. It's so much food. Ugh. Take ages. Hope it's yummy. I do too. It doesn't look that way though. Patches has come over to the shaded castle. Sounds like he's not doing so hot right now.
A shame you had to see me like this. I had a bit of a slip-up, that's all. I should have stuck to what I know best. No matter. I know I can trust you. Gullible, yes, but a good soul. Make certain that Tanith gets this. It's nothing, it's just... makes me sick to see her all bent out of shape. Come on, Tanith, back on your high horse where you belong. You're able then? Then I can rest easy, my friend.
gonna take a quick detour. Check in with Bach. Just because I want to do some tailoring. Specifically, I want to see if we can change the weight of our samurai armor.
Ready to make...
Yeah, we have 52 poise, so we could drop 1 poise and get slightly lighter load.
Going already, my lord. Please do be safe on your journeys.
I don't know if I like this without the... I don't even know what it is, like the main drop the armor or not, but we'll try this for now. So back to Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy. We'll take the Dancer's Castanets to Tanith.
What is it? I have no need of that.
And she doesn't want them.
Devouring my beloved
Also,
lord.
Tanith, did you just break your neck? Ouch. I kind of wonder if maybe that there was meant to be more with the Dancer's Castanets or something at some point in development and it never came to anything, or if there was just always meant to be an item to just get you to go back to Tanith as a hint that there was more you could do here if you ran across patches at the Shaded Castle. I don't know. But as far as I'm aware, all you can really do at this point is attack Tanith, and that will summon that Crucible Knight who was standing beside her all the time.
Oh, you. Allow me, our lords come. My lord. Rykard.
And killing him gets you aspects of the Crucible Breath, so now we can do that breath attack that he was doing. And also, Aneth reappears. She's dead, and we can get her out of it. So, last errand with the Volcano Manor. We need to go to the Divine Tower of West Altus, which is Rykard's tower, to restore the power of his Great Rune. Pretty view. Okay, Great Rune restored. And, yeah, chat, that's where we're going to call it a day. It's been a good stream, I think. Got a lot done, and beat another Remembrance boss. Next time, we're going to follow up on that clue we got from Shabriri about something under the castle that may give us another way to burn down the Erdtree. Something about the 3 fingers. And there may be more for us to find deep below the Erdtree. Sure, we'll find out. So I'll see you next time. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And I don't actually know when I'm going to go next. Probably Thursday evening, I think. But you'll find out soon. Okay. Have a good day, everyone.